Hello, chat. Hello. Let me just finish posting everywhere and letting people know that I'm live, and we will get started. Okay. 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 All right, chat. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Welcome in everybody. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream yet, please do. It helps the algorithm with getting it pushed out to more people, getting more views and eyeballs on my content. Hey, Noel Main, good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. Hey, what's your good news, Noel Main? Go for it. Hmm. Got a job, got the reply today saying got the position, will start in a few days. Nice. I'm proud of you, Noel Main. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Noel Main. All right, let's get off of this and get to the just chatting screen. Hello, everybody. Model, hello. There we go. All right. Okay. I'm proud of you. So do you know what the job's going to be doing if you want to share with us what you're going to be doing, Noel Main? Excuse me. Hey, Forever. I'm gonna say this a little bit later, but in case people didn't see the notification for the YouTube post I made, the stream that was supposed to be tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. EST for the Gitter playtest, that has been postponed. To the next week. One of the players had an IRL thing happen. I won't go into details because it's not my story to tell, or it's not my stuff to talk about. But somebody had stuff happen, and we are postponing that stream a week. So instead of being tomorrow at 3:30 p.m., it is going to be next week, Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. EST. So that's going to be the 24th. Still got to make a thumbnail for that. Oh my goodness. Ooh, nice, Noel Main. That's right up your alley. That's like right up your alley, and all the that's the stuff that you do. That's the good stuff. Oh wow, that's rough, Forever. Slow day today. I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been a rough day. I mean, it could have been like an intense day with tons of things happening. We'll see, Forever. We'll see. Oh, when's your birthday, Forever? When is your birthday? Oh, that's cool, Noel, man. Your birthday is this coming Wednesday. Your birthday is this Wednesday. Well, let me check something real quick. Okay. So, let me pause the music. Let me pause the music. I am going to sing you a happy birthday, Forever. As soon as my model stops staring off into space. There we go. Cool. So, everybody, let's sing a happy birthday to Forever. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Forever. Happy birthday to you. And many more. I hope I don't get copyright struck for that. I think it's in public domain, but we're gonna run with that. But yeah, happy birthday, Forever. Now back to the lo-fi music. Forever, you are a valued member of this community, and you are important. You matter, and you make this world a better place. I don't have a gift to give you. All I can say is that you are a precious treasure of a person, and that you yourself are a gift to the world. Okay. Alrighty. That reminds me, I should post in Discord about my stream not happening tomorrow, because I made a Facebook. Yeah, hopefully things work out good for you, Forever. Hey, Nabiru. Hey, Nabiru. Okay. So I was just jotting something down before we started because I had an idea and I wanted to jot it down before it fell out the back of my head. You all remember before when I was doing that whole search for public domain superheroes. Hello, Captain Kraken on Twitch. It's good to see you. It is going good. I'm just getting ready to get started, actually. Normally I have a little bit of like a yapping time in the beginning before we get to the actual chatting, to the actual writing. Just started stream. How are you doing? Have you been doing any writing yourself, Captain Kraken? I'm working on... So, before we get started, outlining? Hey, outlining's still cool. Do you use a specific outline method? Or do you just like outline based on like what feels like functional for you? But I always encourage people to grab their own projects and work on their own projects while I'm writing so we can all vibe to the lo-fi music and the creative vibes and just be a part of this community having fun creating together. Oh, so Noel, man, are you moving out of where you were staying before, moving back in with your family? That could be cool. It might end up being cheaper too. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Captain Kraken. I use what's called the 27 chapter method that was developed by Katie Tastic on YouTube, which has a very generic outline that is very flexible and you can make into whatever you want, and it helps with defining an entire character's journey through the story, and using it helps with outlining. Like I put down like a few notes or like a paragraph or a couple paragraphs for each chapter, just letting me know what I'm going to do for each chapter. And then it gives me somewhere to start, and then I just go and do the chapter. So the major scenes or events that happen in each chapter, then I go back and write those scenes in with all the fluff and filler. Oh, that's cool. Sometimes the fluff and filler can be some of the best parts. But before we get started, there was one thing I wanted to share with all of you. I have been having this idea kick around in my head for the last few days. And it is based on a public domain superhero. Some of you may remember that I went down a whole rabbit hole of researching public domain superheroes to see what characters were available to use in order to try to pull from ideas for creating new stories based on public domain superheroes. And I had found one of them, one of the first ones I found. Steel Armor wasn't so much a superhero as much as kind of like a monster. Basic plot of Steel Armor was some scientist makes a life-generating fluid that when poured over inanimate objects turns them into living cells, into living matter, and was testing it on dirt and brought dirt to life. And is like, okay, we got to do more research on this. Then there was a power outage. He slipped. I think it was his assistant, actually, who slipped and fell and poured a bunch of the life-generating fluid over a suit of armor. And then the suit of armor came to life and started attacking everyone and causing lots of destruction. Hey, that's cool, Noel Main. That's really cool. Also, Captain Kraken, if you wonder who I'm responding to, you'll see on the screen there are two chats. I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch. So, if you want to, I prefer if people watch me on Twitch because I actually get a couple cents for that. But you can watch me wherever you see fit if you know. Wherever you want to. YouTubes. Captain Kraken says hello, YouTube. But yeah, so Steel Armor came to life, started causing all this destruction, and they ended up getting Captain Kraken OG. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Yarg, matey. So, the story. So that was so, and then the kind of the catch of courtesy from the Blue Moon Pirates. Nice, nice. Desdemona Rose, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Let me get you a shout out. Let me get you a shout out. Hey, Des. What were you doing? And thank you for the follow, Desdemona. Where we shoot. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining the community. Little bit of writing, Arena Kingdoms, and Stream Raiders. What were you writing, Desdemona? Des. Sorry, I saw you said Des. And my brain didn't. What were you working on writing? Also, it is good to see you here, Angel in Darkness. Brain? What's a brain? I don't know what a brain is, Captain Kraken. Did I say brain? I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying, chat. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm cooked. I don't know. I'm not really cooked. I don't know. I don't know if I use that phrase properly. All these phrases the youngins use. Working on the second novel in your series, but just as a rough draft. I'm writing rough drafts for all the novels so I can make sure the story elements are all in place and it has many layers. Ooh, that's exciting, Des. That's really exciting. But yeah. Hey, you do what you gotta do. How many words are you up to in your second novel? That's a lot of work. Mm-hmm. You're writing your second fantasy? Is that Sample? Good to see you. Nice, Des. Very nice. I am trying to finish my current novel before Nano. I'm at like 55k words and I'm in the last act. I use the 27 chapter outline in order to outline the story, and I am in act 3. I'm just starting act 3, so I'm trying to see. I have like 8 chapters left to do. I normally try to do a chapter a sitting. So I could theoretically bang it out in like 8 days, but I kind of enjoy doing it on stream, and I'm trying to finish my current novel project on stream. So we're doing chapter 20 tonight. But before we get to that, I was having some ideas. Yeah, procrastination is rough, Captain Kraken. Oh geez, that's intense, Des. That's really intense. Goodness gravy. But Sample over on YouTube, what is your second fantasy going to be about? Oh, thank you, Des. I'm hoping so. If you gotta like raid and dash and go take care of some self-care stuff after your stream, then please feel free to. Would you say they're Nabiru? I think procrastination and doing anything creative go hand in hand. Yeah, it's something like that. So, anyway, before we get to the actual... Hey, I always appreciate a lurk, Des. I always appreciate a lurk. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your community with me. I definitely value you. And I want you to know that you are a wonderful person. You make this world a better place. And you are a precious treasure of a human being. Thank you for coming. And thank you for sharing your community with me. And thank you for being a creative person and putting more and more of yourself out into the world as you create wonderful things. I believe that there's something special to be gained from the act of creation. Of whether you share it or not, whether you finish it or not. I believe the act of creating something makes us grow in a special way and contributes to what we can bring to the world. And I think that that is really precious. And that's why I always say it's important to be creative, to do something. Even if you don't share it, just the act of creating helps with personal growth. So, I want you to know that I'm proud of you, Des. For what it's worth, I, a random person on the internet, am proud of you. But for anyone wondering, if you see me responding to someone and you don't see them in chat, I'm streaming live on both YouTube and Twitch, so people can follow me and can watch me wherever is most comfortable for them. I do prefer if people watch me on Twitch because I do get some AdSense for that. But be that as it may, it's just like stuff. But yeah, so anyway, before I get to the main project for tonight, I want to talk about something that's been kind of bugging in the back of my brain that I've been tinkering with, and that was this idea for taking the Steel Armor public domain superhero story, public domain story. It was from a comic from 1943 or 1942, I think. Let me check it again. If I'm referencing it, I should probably know that. 1952. From Weird Tales of the Future, 1952, and the story is set in 1995, and it has to do with a suit of armor coming to life and almost killing the researcher, kind of like a mini Frankenstein. But then the big punchline or end of the story is the scientist dousing the rampaging suit of armor in a solution that like a decomposing acid that like causes the thing to melt. And what they discover is that whenever it melts, there's a human skeleton inside, which means that the life generating fluid had not just brought the suit to life, it had generated a person inside the suit of armor. It had grown a person. So I had this thought about like, how would I take that public domain story and modernize it? So I was like, well, what if I did like a sequel story? And so I've been jotting down on my notes today this idea of setting the story in 2035, so it'd be 70 years ahead of when the original story was, and be someone trying to rediscover the life generation fluid, and be in that same castle doing research again, and have some slightly different conditions. Where like one of the lab assistants I was thinking would be like socially awkward, and like, I don't know, have you ever heard of rubber duck programming? It's where people find that whenever they're working through problems, specifically programmers, but this works for a lot of people as well, just talking about the problem, saying it out loud verbally, can help with processing it. So for some people, what they do is they, what some people found was that they would just take a rubber duck and they'd like tape it to their desk, and then they would talk to the rubber duck when they were stuck on something, and it would help them work through problems. So I had the idea of, what if someone used a suit of armor as a rubber duck? And then the lead researcher has a theory that the emotions we impart on inanimate objects affect their performance and affect them in some way, and that the original steel armor rampaged because the only emotion it knew was violence, or the only thing it knew was violence and destruction from years of being used for warfare. And so they end up there's a whole convoluted stuff that happens, and they end up using their prototype fluid to bring this new suit of armor to life. And I was thinking it'd be interesting if it was like a thing where they have the power outage from a lightning storm again, but this time, instead of accidentally spilling the fluid on the suit of armor, I had this idea of what if it was a thing where they have multiple generators to run all the equipment in the lab, but the main generator is broken and it's a Friday, so no technician's going to be out to fix things till Monday. And without the main generator, the refrigeration unit's going to go bad. And the secondary generators can't run the refrigeration unit, so all of their fluid is going to, all their life generating fluid is going to like go bad before things get fixed. So they decide, instead of letting it all go to waste, they would take that fluid and apply it to the suit of armor, and the suit of armor comes to life. And I'm thinking it'd be kind of like a steel plant thing, where it has like a mouth hole underneath its faceplate, and it needs to eat metal and be exposed to sunlight in order to like survive. And then I was thinking I could go from there and spiral outward into building a world, building him into an actual superhero, and building him an arch nemesis, and building that into a story. Could make that into a comic book or something. But yeah, so that's what I've been tinkering around with today, and like the day before. Also, I went to the doctor's the other day, and I think I mentioned this before. Doctor said, actually, I did mention this on Friday, so I did mention that because it's Monday. Holy cow. I've been tinkering around a little bit more with my idea for the Blue Star story. I've been really in a superhero mood lately, which makes this next part really funny. And for those of you who don't know, I like to do a little bit of yapping, but a little bit of just chatting stuff before we get to the actual writing. So we're going to be getting to the actual writing here in just like 5-10 minutes. Just doing a little bit of yapping, catching up on what's going on. So I was watching some videos on YouTube, as I am wont to do, and I came across this video in my feed that was like, hey, Captain Kraken, that's great. Pirate epic fantasy novel. How many words do you have down for it, Captain Kraken? Country girl, good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Also, I should probably introduce myself since I had a raid and I'm just realizing I didn't introduce myself and I did my intro. I am Oriansenshi. You can call me Orion. Oh, that's great, Captain Kraken. I had someone raided me on Twitch and I realized I didn't really introduce myself. I'm not good at getting raided. I'm bad at this. I'm a bad streamer. I am Oriansenshi. I am a mech pilot VTuber. I love stories and storytelling and of multiple different types of forms. I do writing streams. I do video game streams, primarily playing classic RPGs. All right, Forever, get some rest. I want you to know that you are a valued and wonderful person and that you matter forever. And I do storytelling. I do writing streams, primarily writing novels. I do, or at least starting novels, maybe not finishing them. Sometimes I'll do short stories too. I do gaming streams, primarily playing older RPGs. I'll dabble in some game dev, both TTRPG and video game dev. And at some point I'll get back to doing Blender, but that's just another thing on the pile of things that I need to work on. And my dream of making a show. But yeah, so but good to see you, country girl. It is going good. It's good to see everybody. I went grocery shopping today. I spent way more than I intended to. So like my friend took me to this one grocery store that was like cheaper than the one I normally go to. So my brain was like, all these prices are lower. So I can grab all these things that I would normally not be able to afford to grab. But then I ended up going a little bit like more than I intended. And then whenever I got to the store that I normally go to, because I already had so many things, my brain wasn't keeping track of like how much stuff I was grabbing. So I ended up grabbing as much stuff as I would normally get in a single trip, in an entire trip at the second place when I'd already gone somewhere else first. And I'm like, well, that's going to kick my budget in the teeth. And considering I still have to do the cursed food stream this month, got to see how I can tinker all of that stuff together. All right. So one thing, if you are watching on YouTube, I ask that you like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting me in front of other people, getting more people in the community, getting more eyes on my content. And it would mean the world to me if you like the stream. I realize it might sound kind of repetitive, me asking that during stream, but I have found ever since I started asking people to do that during stream, there has been a lot of growth, a lot of new people, and a lot of stuff happening on bringing in stream. Like, comment, and become a subscriber. Biggest win of the day, just got a new computer. It's H2O Delirious would say. Oh, goodness. Biggest win of the day, just got a new computer, chair for a steal, and it was exactly what I wanted. Hey, I'm proud of you, country girl. Subscribers. I'm really happy for you, country girl. I'm really happy for you. Okay. So let me tell you about the novel that we're going to be working on tonight. We've got a few new people, so I want to talk about with that. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, did Iron Mouse get a new... I saw a post on Twitter. Okay. Finished putting it together and getting a quick work sprint before heading to Bible study. Nice, country girl. A writing stream. Welcome in, Kairu. So how different people do writing streams different ways. So I got distracted by something, which is wont to happen with me. What will happen is I will go to another thing where I will have the stuff I am writing up on the screen, and then I will describe what I'm writing. I will kind of give my commentary, talk about my thoughts. And this is also something where I encourage people to grab their own projects. The distraction seal of approval. Yes. Thank you, Captain Kraken. Thank you, Captain Kraken. So, I encourage people to grab their own projects, whether it be game dev, art, writing, anything. I encourage people to grab their own projects, work on theirs, and talk about what you're writing about in chat. And I want to have this great kind of work with me kind of stream where we're all working on stuff together and telling each other. I'm telling you what I'm working on. You're telling me what you're working on. And we're all in this together. But yeah. Oh yeah. So one thing that happened the other day, I saw this I saw this YouTube video where someone was talking about playing a war game with your Gunpla or your mech model kits, right? And they had it broken down into this whole thing where you would choose between 3 classes to make your mech offensively and defensively, and then have stats for weapons. And you were rolling these D6 dice pools for stuff. And it was a thing where you would have to get above a certain number in order to hit. And then your opponent would have to get above a certain number in order to deflect it with their armor. And there was a lot of dice rolling. And they're like, I know it seems complex, but once you get used to it, you'll get used to it. And they were talking about doing this whole thing of doing a war game. And the idea was a very flexible, multi-form war game that this person was talking about in this YouTube video that you could do with any kind of a Gundam model kit. And I was like, could I come up with something better? So then I started thinking, and because it's me, my brain instantly started going to making a TTRPG. And I was like, how could I make a TTRPG about mech stuff? Now, the astute will know, because I did streams on it, I made a mech TTRPG that was a PBTA game. I never published it, but I never even ran a playtest for it, but because it got a little bit of feature bloat. But I made a PBTA. I made a PBTA game, and I was like, could I make something a little simpler, easier to pick up? And I was like, well, I did make Secret Magical Heroes, which is another game that I made. That one I did actually publish. I mean, publish as in I put it up on itch.io, but I put it up on itch, but and I've had a few people download it. Nobody's left any comments or any feedback, and I still haven't run a playtest with it. And that uses the Emerge 8 engine, which is a D8 gaming engine. And I'm like, I could do something else with Emerge, but like that gets a little bit complicated. And there's a lot of moving parts to the Emerge engine. And then I thought, what is the simplest engine for making a TTRPG like that I could think of that I would want to work with? And then I was like, you know what? What about Caltrip Core? The outline you're working on is for another book aside from the pirate fantasy. This one is a dragon fantasy called The Dragon Guard, a book about soldiers gifted with shapeshift abilities to fly, assigned to guard the elder dragons during migrations or travels, but during one such crossing, a dragon and his guards are attacked, leaving the dragon and his son missing and the head guard injured and unable to transform, wandering through the land by foot to heal and find out what happened. Hey, listen, Captain Kraken, never feel bad about a wall of text, especially whenever, at least not here, especially when you're describing what you're working on. I always welcome people to tell me what they're working on. If you have to do a wall of text, I will try to read it all. It might, if there's a lot of people going, a lot of things happening in chat, I might not get to read all of it, but I definitely encourage you to share what you're working on. And sometimes having one wall of text is better than having like 15 short messages that all end up out of order or get interrupted in the middle. So it is perfectly okay, Captain Kraken. But yeah, so I started thinking about building a TTRPG using the Caltrip Core engine, which is made by the same person who made the Emerge 8 engine. But Caltrip Core has like a lot of games made with Caltrip Core. There've been like 2 Caltrip Core game jams, and like there's a lot of stuff built out of Caltrip Core because it is very robust for being as simple as it is. Caltrip Core is a D4 system, and the basic premise of Caltrip Core is you have 3 stats. Some games do 4 or more stats, but you have a small number of stats that you have a rank between 1 and 3 in. Usually you don't want to go above 3 unless there's mechanics that are going to be decreasing the rank, the effective rank of your abilities. But whenever you do something and you are using one of those abilities, you roll 1d4 per rank you have. So if you have a 3, you'll roll 3d4. You take the highest number and you compare it to the table. And the basic table for Caltrip Core is a 1 is a failure where you don't get what you want and things get worse. 2 is a partial failure where you don't get what you want, but things don't get any worse. It's kind of a neutral setting. 3 is a partial success where you gain some of what you want, but there's a complication. And 4 is complete success. You gain exactly what you're looking for. So the DM doesn't have to set difficulty classes. There is no like usually there's not going to be adjustments to stuff. And it's a very simple system. And people have taken that and built it into some very robust games. There's one I want to get, but it's like $12, and I cannot justify that purchase right now. Like, I cannot. Especially for a game that I'm probably just gonna like tear apart and study and not actually play. But yeah, so I started thinking about like, okay, could I make a mech Caltrip Core game? Because when I looked at all of the Caltrip Core games on the list of all the Caltrip Core games, I didn't see any like mech games that like, there were a few magical girl games, some really good ones too, but I didn't see. And I was looking also at Lumen, because Lumen's like a bit more, I don't know, Lumen is a D6 system, but like you'd think D6 more complex, right? I've heard great things about Titanfall 2. I got it for like $2 on Steam. And as someone who loves mech games, I know I have to play it at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it. But I do a lot of TTRPG stuff. Yeah, I'm a huge Armored Core fan. I've played a lot of the classic Armored Cores. I played through Armored Core 3 on stream. And I'm partway through Armored Core Silent Line. And whenever I actually get money and I can afford it, I want to buy Armored Core 6 because I'm a huge mech fan. But it just has not come together. But as far as TTRPGs, I didn't see any stuff for tabletop role-playing games for the Caltrip Core engine. And so I started looking at like what I would do. And the thing is, because Caltrip Core is so simple, in order to make a game out of it, you have to add mechanics. And there is a demo game that comes with it. That's a demo fantasy game that comes with the engine. And it's like, here is an example game built with this engine. And I tried using that as kind of a starting point for some of the mechanics and stuff I wanted to add. And I want to feature some things and ideas. But yeah, Lumen is funny because Lumen is a D6 engine made by somebody else that's like more, it's more well known. And like there are very robust games made in Lumen. Like there's a straight up Kamen Rider, not called Kamen Rider, it's a Henshin Hero game. That's very much very much built into the Henshin Hero genre, that's built using Lumen. And I'm like, that's really cool. You can build a lot of stuff with Lumen. But the thing is, like, Lumen has, like, Lumen's core mechanic of dice is actually simpler than Caltrip Core, because Lumen has a three option dice mechanic, whereas Caltrip Core has a 4 option, because Lumen breaks it up into twos. 1 and 2 is failure, you don't get what you want and things get worse. 3 and 4 on the D6 is you don't get what you want, but things don't get worse. And 5 and 6 is you get what you want. That's the core dice mechanic of Lumen, and again, it's you roll D6s and take the highest number. But Lumen has this whole very well-built like concept for classes and abilities and resources. And like, my thing is, I like all of that stuff, but there's no reason I can't take that and port it into Caltrip Core. And so yeah, it's funny. I've been on a superhero kick recently. But usually dealing with like power armor and like tech superheroes. But I don't know. I had the idea and I've been tinkering with this whole idea of making another mech based PTRPG. Come on, captions. What is that? It is TTRPG, not PTRPG. I don't know what even is a PTRPG. What even is that? Anyway, let's get to it. So, oh, the ad's almost over. Okay, once this ad's over on Twitch. Okay, ad is over. People should be back from the ad because I actually have people watching on Twitch today. Excuse me. That's weird. My thing says that it's out of the ad break, but when I check my Twitch ads manager in OBS says we're out of the ads break. But when I check my Twitch dashboard, it said there was still like 15, 16 seconds left. What if there's some kind of delay? Okay. Anyway. So, basic plot of my novel. It's called Archangel Armor. It is a sci-fi action-adventure story that has a side of romance. Main character is Jonathan. He was, at the start of the story, he was a janitor. He was a janitor who worked at this tech company part-time, and he'd become friends with this researcher, Dr. Gregory Brave. Dr. Gregory Brave had made this outstanding discovery of discovering this metal from deep within the earth, and discovering that had this unique property. It was emotionally reactive metal, ERM, and basically whenever that metal was in the presence of someone's strong emotions, then it would become electrically charged. That's the basic of it. That's the basis of it, right? And what he discovered was whenever people feel emotions, it forms this metaphysical network that is kind of this field around them that's kind of like a magnetic field, and then the emotional reactive metal, whenever it interacts with the magnetic field, acts like copper in a regular magnetic field and just becomes electrically charged, generates electricity. And Dr. Gregory Brave is able to build the Brave Drive, which is this mechanical device that takes emotions and uses them to create electricity in large amounts based on the amount of emotion that someone is feeling. And then the company that he works for, Gao Inc., Gao, actually, it wasn't incorporated. It was Gaoco. And they had this other thing that they discovered called, what was it? Let me get all my notes. VDS, variably dense steel. It was a special alloy that when charged with an electric current becomes more dense. So it condenses down and gets and contracts in and gets smaller and more dense when it's exposed to electricity. The more electricity that's exposed to, the more dense it becomes, but it generates heat when it does that. From the variably dense steel, they were able to make steel muscles, which could revolutionize hydraulics. And it's basically a packet of special variably dense steel that is stretched into cables and cords that are intertwined. And whenever an electrical charge runs through those cables, they contract, pulling in like a muscle. And then whenever the charge is released, they loosen back up. And by combining the steel muscles and the Brave drives, they're able to make suits of armor, mechanized suits of armor. They call these the Guardian Angel armor because, well, they want to phrase themselves as the good guys. And also, there are heating vents actually it's cooling vents on the back of the Archangel armor that release the heat whenever it's used for a great deal. And they found whenever that heat gets released, it forms a bit of a heat mirage that looks like a halo appearing behind the person. So they wanted to lean into the religious iconography and call it the Guardian Angel armor. Jonathan, they had a model of the Guardian Angel armor that didn't use the Brave drive, that just had a regular electric battery, got charged through regular means, and that was their prototype. And Dr. Brave asked the company before he died, he asked the company to give Jonathan, the janitor, a chance because he'd become good friends with Jonathan, and asked them to bring Jonathan on as a full-time employee and make him the primary test operator for the Mark II armor that was going to use the Brave drive. Jonathan is a very emotionally aware and intelligent person, and is very good at controlling his emotions and also being able to feel his emotions without letting his emotions influence his decisions. And that makes him able to do a lot of things where he's able to get the job done even when he's feeling very tumultuous and chaotic inside. He's able to get the job done. The Gaoco comes under attack by these monsters that are some cross between a bear and a wolf, and they're very durable and huge, and they cause all this destruction and death. And Jonathan is able to use the Guardian Angel Mark II armor to fight them off in the first instance of fighting them. And whenever they do some research, they find out that there are a variety of companies in different fields across the world that have reported being attacked by these same monsters, but most people assumed it was some kind of urban legend, and those businesses' cries for help had been buried under bad press, and most of those businesses had to close down. Gaoco decides not to close down, decides to stay open, and to keep working. And they bring on Dr. Brave's daughter, Lisa Brave, who is a biologist, in order to study the remains of these monsters to try to figure out where they came from. she discovered that there's some of the tech that's very similar to the tech she was working on at her old job when she'd worked for Shin Corp, a company that was making a lot of medical research and had been working on making some like improved organs, being able to grow organs that weren't just the default type of organ, but like an improved design. And this had some of those design flags on it, but she couldn't prove it, so they couldn't do anything about it right now because only Shin Corp has that research. And there's this growing relationship between Jonathan and Lisa, where like Lisa is currently a single mom, and Lisa's kid really looks up to Jonathan. Jonathan really wants to be a hero. He wants to help people. He wants to volunteer and do what he can to help people and help make the world a better place. And that leads to a variety of interactions. And over time, Lisa and Jonathan warm up to each other and start to express their feelings for each other and have this like relationship growing over the course of the story. By this point in the story, we're on chapter 20. Jonathan and Lisa are in a relationship, but Jonathan is constantly deployed to fight because, oh yeah, Galco became a PMC and just shifted over to be like, okay, we'll just be a security company and our armor will be our primary specialty that we deliver that nobody else can. And their primary customers are people who have been attacked by the monsters. And they're like, nobody else believes you, but we'll believe you, and we'll give you a good payment plan and a good deal for security to make sure the monsters don't come back. So Jonathan is on ooh, that's intense, Noel Main. That's an intense one. Okay. Okay. That's the give and take. There was just in the last chapter, there was a dramatic thing that happened because one of the things that's been driving Jonathan is he wants the Brave Drive to be used for more than just weapons. Right? He's like, hey, we generate enough electricity with this. If this is fine-tuned and refined properly, it could be used to save the world, to like deal with all of the electricity and energy needs of the entire world with free green energy, right? And he talks to his boss about it, and his boss is like, listen, we've run the numbers. We've looked at designs. We've looked at probabilities. We've had analysts look at this for what would happen, what we could do with this. And the analysts have told us that if we put this out into the world, if we try to sell this to someone, most likely it is going to lead to some form of human rights violations. It is either going to be installed in prisons in order to turn prisons into power centers, generating energy off of the suffering of the prisoners, or there's going to be some kind of justified torture of undesirables in order to generate high emotions of fear and pain, to fear and anger, in order to just keep generating that as a power source. And we like to think of ourselves as a good guy company. And because we like to think of ourselves as a good guy company, we don't want to be responsible for putting that out into the world. So our solution is to just sit on it. Use it try to see if maybe in our hands it might do some good with trying to stop people from being attacked by these monsters. And all of that stuff, right? And that's what they're working with. And then in last chapter, one of the research team came up to Jonathan and was like, his name is Kevin, and he was like, hey, oh, okay, Captain Kraken. I don't know when you went out, but I was explaining my novel. Basically, guy was a janitor. Main character Jonathan was a janitor for a research company. Got promoted to be from a part-time janitor to a full-time suit operator because he'd become friends with one of the researchers who had died of old age, and the researcher had asked the company as a personal favor to give Jonathan a chance to operate their new suit of power armor as they were working on doing research on it. The power armor runs on emotions. It has this whole complicated thing where it generates electricity in response to high emotions, and then it has these muscles, these made of a special metal that when exposed to an electric current do generate heat, but they also contract, generating force as they pull themselves in to get smaller. So there are these muscle packets made of the metal that's used to generate power on the armor. And so there's this suits of armor, mechanized armor, that the main character uses, and then they eventually make more for the rest of the company. A whole lot of stuff happens. There are monsters attacking, and they need to figure out where the monsters are coming from. And when nobody is helping them, they move to become a security company, a private military company, and provide security for other places that have been attacked by the monsters. And they're like, hey, for a good price, we'll make sure the monsters don't come back. And there's been this growing romance between the main character and and Lisa, this woman who is the adult daughter of the elderly researcher that Jonathan had been friends with. And there was a whole thing that happened there with interactions with Lisa and with Lisa is a single mother, and her son looks up to Jonathan because Jonathan wants to be a hero and help people. The current conflict that's happening right now is that Jonathan wants to convince his company to take the Brave Drive, this thing that generates electricity in response to emotion, and look for a larger scale application of it that could be used to generate free energy for the world. Protag Akira gets his butt kicked, but the rival agrees to help out. With this, they'll finally out of the danger zone. Now they have to go to the district tournament to prove themselves. Ooh, that's nice, Noel, man. Are you going to have them face, like, when they go to the district tournament, are they going to face, like, old rivals with upgraded decks? Or are they going to face an entirely new batch of rivals all over again at the tournament? But that's cool, Noel, man. So, Jonathan wants this to be used in a wider application. his company is like, we believe that if this was used in a wider application, it would eventually lead to being used in torture chambers or in prisons in order to turn them into power generation centers, and we don't want to be responsible for putting that out into the world. So we're going to sit on it and try to do some good helping people using this power that it gives us. And last chapter, this researcher, Kevin, approached Jonathan and was like, hey, I want to get the Brave Drive out to other people. I know you do too. Can you help me steal a Brave Drive? Because I have a buyer that's looking to get it, that's a large multinational corporation that can use it to do some real good in the world. And Jonathan last chapter was struggling with that and was like, this is what I want to get it out in the world. But if I do it this way, then like everything I've built my life doing, my relationship with Lisa, my career, everything goes down the drain instantly, right? But he's like, is it a noble sacrifice, right? And also he would be like, he doesn't know anything about what company Kevin has lined up to buy the Brave Drive. He doesn't know what their actual intentions are. He doesn't know anything about him. He doesn't even know who Kevin is. He didn't even remember Kevin's name before Kevin approached him. So it's like, can I trust this guy? Can I work with this guy to steal the Brave Drive? And he talks to Lisa about it, and Lisa's like, you have to make a choice. The only thing you can't do is nothing, because that's not the kind of person you are. You're either going to help him or you're going to stop him. Whatever you do, I support you, but I'm going to have to, if you help him, I'm going to have to cut it myself off from you for the sake of my kid. Like, if it was just me, I'd gladly run off into the sunset with you, but I've got to think of my kid. There is that whole interaction. There's that whole interaction, and he finally has to decide that, like, he's really concerned with doing the right thing, but he remembers something where one of his team had told him, don't be so concerned with doing the right thing and being the person who's right that you get yourself or others killed, that you put other people in danger. So he realizes he's so concerned with like how right he is that this needs to have a wider application, that he's willing to okay theft and lying and hurting people in order to accomplish it. So at the end of last chapter, he went to Mr. Lizard's office, the administrator of this location, and was like, hey, this guy approached me about wanting to steal a Brave Drive. And it ended kind of ominously with Mr. Lizard being like, I hope you can live with the consequences of telling me. And then this chapter is going to deal with those consequences, what they look like, what that looks like moving forward. And this chapter, let me show you the outline. Let me go to the writing stream. That are going to show up for the district tournament. Basically got the main crew fighting other teams to gain enough points to get into the next stage. Okay, so it's kind of like Duelist Kingdom style stuff, Noel Main. So we're on chapter 20. Plot twist number 2. The plot twist is that the superiors knew this was happening. He tells his superior, fully expecting some kind of reaction, and his superior is just going to be like, okay, we were suspecting something was up with him. We were monitoring for some reason that I have to come up with. He's grateful that Jonathan came to him. Superior officer contacts their security team and tells them to apprehend the guy. And while they're trying to apprehend him, there's an explosion, and he steals a Jeep with a suit of Guardian Angel Armor Mark II that has a Brave Drive in it and drives away. And there's a part that I was originally going to have for next chapter that I think is going to be part of this, is going to be that, like, the moment where Jonathan has to make a decision. He could either suit up and chase down this guy, or he could stop and help the injured people. Oh no, you're just having the worst time, Captain Kraken. So for someone who was wondering how writing streams work, this is how writing streams work. Got the writing in the middle, got Twitch on the left, YouTube on the right, and we just go. Just go. Okay. It's more like Battle City from Yu-Gi-Oh! They go around dueling and collecting points. The 4 teams that get the most points advance to the next stage. Are you going to pull a like season 1 Vanguard and have them like get really far but still lose? Like, I think that's one of the things that like season 1 of Vanguard did really well, was that like you just saw Aichi get bodied repeatedly. I don't think Aichi won a single game in that tournament. And he just got rocked. Like, there was a point when like Ren said, you realize if you had won a single game in this tournament, then your team would have advanced. And like you're holding Kai back. Like, that's something I don't think so. Like, when they tried to introduce Chrono as the new protagonist, right? I think they lost track of why we loved Aichi so much, because we watched Aichi suffer and struggle. Like, we watched Aichi suffer and struggle and fail. And then they gave us Chrono, who won at everything. I don't think Chrono ever lost a single game. Captain Kraken, I don't go by number of chapters, I go by word count personally. Because chapters can be a variety of lengths. Captain Kraken, generally, in order to be considered a novel, it has to be at least 50,000 words. 50,000 words is the minimum to be considered a novel. I've heard like some people say that like once you get into like the 100,000 word range, like some of the big high fantasy stories are in the 100,000 word range because they get so wordy and intense, and there's just so much happening. There's so much plot happening in some of those high fantasy stories that you see a lot of really long epics into the 100 or even the 150,000 word chapters. Not chapters, 150,000 word novels. But I am working on, what's this? 27. I think I'm doing 60, 50, no. 1, 3 times 2. Yeah, I'm doing for this one, I'm doing around like between 80 and 90,000 words is what I want for this novel. Ideally. That I'm working on right now. Because I'm shooting for around 3,000 words a chapter. So what I do, I don't recommend this because this is just how it works for me. I think about my word count as a goal for how many words I want in each chapter. Now, ideally, your chapter should be as long as it needs to be. Your chapter should be as long as it needs to be to convey the ideas you want the chapter to convey. You should have all of the scenes and things that are grouped together for that chapter that convey that idea in an effective manner. But for me, I like to say each chapter for this novel. Okay. And how you break up those words is up to you, whether your chapters are functional, convey an idea, or like what happened, how long or short your chapters are in order to convey that idea. Captain Kraken. But for this, my goal is to have my chapters be around 3,000 words, which means I'll go as low as 2,500 and as high as 3,500. And I use that 2,500 as my minimum of the number of words I need to hit. Like last chapter, I think it was like 27. What was last chapter? Last chapter was 2570, so it was a short chapter. And I do have a lot of short chapters. I do have a lot of short chapters because that's just how things pan out. And when I expound on things in the future, we'll see how it all goes. If I do more with this, that's the thing. I can do first drafts. It's the editing and second drafts that always trip me up. Yeah, definitely Nabaru. Aichu was definitely Yugi without a Tem. Don't know yet, didn't plan that far, but the protag Akira already lost his 2 fights and will lose at least 1 more on the tournament as far as planned. Ooh, nice. Let me check something real quick. Introduce the childhood friend of the protag as another rival, the romantic interest, and a few more minor characters to bounce off the cast. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Trying to see if there was a list of his losses. Sorry, I got distracted. I was like, because I remember for the Yu-Gi-Oh! For the Yu-Gi-Oh! Wiki, it lists like all matches, whether they're wins or losses, and I wanted to see if there's something like that for Vanguard. Sorry, on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Wiki for different characters, it'll just say there's a chart that's like matches played in this season and in each season and who their opponent is, whether it was a win, loss, or draw. And it's just a quick chart you can just like skim down. And I was like, is there one of those for is there one of those for Cardfight Vanguard? And I don't see one. Hold on, here we go. Data. Here we go. There's his deck. I'm looking for matches. Here we go. Battles. He said no outcome, undetermined. He did lose one. Okay. They were usually against main character losses. Okay. Oh, that was the three-way duel. The 3-on-3. He only lost to like other characters from the previous season, or like people who are like had plot armor above him. That's not helpful. Yeah, that's definitely. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, that was. I wanted to see if they did have him lose. Anyway, let's focus. It is 10:17. I meant to start writing 17 minutes ago, and then I got distracted. So, this chapter deals with the conversation with Mr. Liz, as Mr. Liz explains that they've been watching Kevin, and why they've been watching Kevin, I have to come up with and explain. Then there is the attempt to arrest Kevin, and then there is Kevin's getaway and the fallout from Kevin's getaway. Since the main crew gets quite a few bases covered with their decks, Kagero, Aquaforce, Zoo, and Shadow Paladins, so other teams will have other decks. Nice. All right. Actually, I'm going to use the restroom and grab a bottle of water. I will be right back. Do not touch that dial. I'll be right back, okay? Hello. Hello. Can't believe it's 10:30. I haven't written anything yet. It's blah. Oh my gosh, Captain Kraken, you are having too much fun. Oh goodness, Captain Kraken, you're being silly. Anyway, let's get to the actual writing of the writing stream tonight, shall we? I got at least 2,500 words to crank out tonight. Yeah, that is quite a variety of decks and characters, Noel Main. The musical dragons one sounds really cool. if I wrote, see, here's the thing. If I ever wrote a card gaming fic, a card game story, the main character would probably have some kind of a mechanic that lets the main character pilot a giant robot. Like, or the main character would just be playing giant robots. Yeah, over on the YouTube side, one of my viewers, NoelMain700, talked about a story that they're writing, and one of the characters uses a card. It's a card game story, and one of the characters uses a deck based on musical dragons. Actually, real quick. Yeah, it sounds really cool, right? There is a cockroach that is running around my desk that I cannot catch. And I know if I try swinging at it fast enough to try catching it, I'm going to like break the table. And it is the most infuriating thing. I live in an apartment. There's a lot of bugs. They come out of the power outlets, they come out of the faucets, they come out of the AC. Let me see something real quick. Let me see something real quick. Nope, that's not what I want. Okay. Funny enough, the pro tag. Jeez, this bug is bugging me so much. The protag Akira uses a breakthrough dragon deck, which is about mechanical dragons. When they are targeted to perform breakthrough, they gain power and additional effects. Is that like limit break? Noel Main? The whole idea where you gain power when you're at 4 damage or more? Oh my gosh. The animation for limit break activating in the anime was always so epic. I want to give this character a name. Kevin... Ham. Instead of Kevin Bacon, it's Kevin Ham. No, not Costner. Goodness gravy. Goodness gravy, Captain Kraken. Now you're just being silly. You would never, Captain Kraken. It's a different type of effect. Breakthrough refers to a skill. Unless the target is targeted, is a target of Draconic Breakthrough Order, it cannot activate the specific skill. Oh, okay. That's definitely a good thing to do, Captain Kraken. Write them down before things fall at the back of your head. Play a unit with a specific skill, then play the Dragonic Breakthrough order to unlock the skill, get the effect, and then trample the opponent. Nice! Does the Dragonic Breakthrough order do anything besides activate those skills? Or is that all the order does? Because I remember orders are like spell cards, right? Okay. Is it going to be a thing, Noel Main, where like you get like upgraded versions of the order later on in the story, where like the character gets like an upgraded version that does additional things or does something in place of giving the 5k, like give some kind of an effect, and also activates the breakthrough skill? When the summer is gone at the break of dawn, I'll fly away like a swan. Life is free, I know it's true. The sound of music will push me through. That's neat, Captain Kraken. I mean, I was thinking more on the lines of having new units with different effects as the protag grows in strength and develop his abilities. By the end, he would have quite an arsenal, quite varied. The wording on that sounds weird in my head. See, you saying that, Noel Main, makes me want to write a character that does that plays dimensional robos. Like, you remember when what was his name? Kenji? Who used dimensional robos? Who used dimensional robos? I don't think it was Kamui. Why does it not say the person who used them? Kamui the Great, you're right. I don't know why, but I seem to remember his name being something different, and I don't know why. It doesn't show on the... No, Kamui plays Nova Grapplers. No. Yeah, Kamui, it was something else. Kamui plays Nova Grapplers. Kenji, the Emperor, Kenji Mitsusada. Kaiser. Kenji, that was his name. Had great Dayusha. Yeah. I want, if I was ever to write if I was ever to write a Vanguard fanfic or whatever, I would do some character that was inspired by Kenji that would do, like, they did Kenji dirty so bad because Kenji kept showing up in every season. When he would show up, he was always using like the last season's mechanic, right? And he just got raffle stopped. And like, I kept wanting him to show up. I kept wanting to believe that he was going to show up in the anime. I was talking about the Card Fight Vanguard anime, Captain Kraken. Card Fight Vanguard is a card game, and yes, fellow weebs, definitely fellow weebs, Captain Kraken. I am a mech pilot VTuber. Yes, there are weebs here. There be weebs here. What? What card comes up? Hold on. What did you look up? What kind of weird stuff did you just Google? You just look up Card Fight Vanguard? Oh. What is this? I don't know what this is. This is after I stopped playing. Why? Why is this the #1 thing that shows up? It's like a 50-cent card. Why is it the first thing that shows up? But it's like, this is from a crossover season, I think. Is this from... Yeah, this is from an anime. This is from one of the crossovers they did with some anime called Record of Ragnarok. And there are a lot of sussy things in this thing. Holy cow. I mean, Bushiroad, the company that makes Vanguard, has done sussy stuff before. Hello, Ticking Time Queen. Favorite anime? Favorite anime of all time? Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Yeah, I'll get back to it. We might have to run late tonight, just to get stuff done. Ticking Time Queen Slay on YouTube asks, what's your favorite anime? My favorite anime would be Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. I've watched it multiple times. I've watched the sub, I've watched the dub, I've watched the movies. And Gurren Lagann. I don't know if the... Hold on. I will type it. Gurren Lagann does feature a red-haired girl, but it's about giant robots with drills and faces on their chest. Hold on. This is the full name of the anime. Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Favorite anime of all time. Most people just shorten it to Gurren Lagann. Especially because its namesake, the Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, doesn't show up till the final arc. And the final fight of the final arc. But it is a show about courage, about pushing through adversity and perseverance. And I found that show when I was in a really dark place in my life, and it meant a lot to me. It still means a lot to me. There are a lot of times, like one of the episodes, episode 11, was really emotional for me. And like it had this epic moment where the character just really has this I am me moment, this whole owning up to who he is and being proud of who he is. And understanding that he's not just a brother to he's not just a brother, he's not just a friend, he's not just related to somebody else or in relation to other people. He is himself. And what that means for him and for carrying on the memory of the people that he cares about. And it was just really deep and emotional, and there's some really great stuff in the fights. Worst anime I've seen? That's hard. I've seen some really bad anime. Captain Kraken says, you have some pretty. Hey, nothing wrong with being basic. I like giant robot stuff. Bad one? What would be a bad one? Worst one I've seen. I saw one anime that I saw one episode and I was just like, no, I can't do this. And it didn't even really hit me until after I saw the first episode that I was just like, this isn't it. I think it was like something in a godless world. It was one of those isekai anime that has a super long name. Working for a god in a godless world. Kamikatsu. I would have to say I didn't even get past the first episode. Hey, it's all right. It's not everything's for everybody, Noel, man. I understand that, like, Gurren Lagann's not for everybody. Aki-kan, I can almost forgive for being silly, for being what it is. Bobo Bobo is a really bizarre battle shonen. But here's the thing. Kamikatsu is there are a lot of really great Gundams to watch. Just remember, a lot of the Gundams take place in separate universes. So don't expect all of the Gundam series to be connected together. They take place in, a lot of them take place in different timelines. So Kamikatsu, the entire premise is this guy dies, and he's like, he was the descendant of like some religious priesthood or whatever, and he didn't want the responsibilities of being involved with a religion. So his dying wish was to go to a godless world, be reborn in a world with no God. And he does. There's some crude stuff that happens, some really like yabai humor in the first part of it, of the first episode. And then what really got frustrating and kind of I don't know if offensive is the right word, was there was a point where the main character was in this city and he'd been making all these friends living out in the country, and you see all these people doing this essentially ritualistic suicide, unaliving themselves. And they were like, and the implication was that, and what they said was, because there was no God in this world, life had no value, so everyone just gleefully offed themselves as soon as they were no longer of value to society. And I'm like, what? You're saying that, like, just your main thesis is that a society without God will have no value on human life? Like, all value on human life is derived from religion? What? And I was like, I don't jive with that. Because at first, like, the whole thing when the goddess showed up, when I was first watching, I was kind of like, oh, this is interesting. And I was like, it'd be really funny if this guy calls out and this god shows up and it's like some giant robot, because I think giant robots make everything better, right? And I'm like, it'd be really cool if it was a giant robot god that showed up and turned into some kind of bizarre thing, right? But then after I stopped to think about it, I'm like, even a giant robot wouldn't fix that, because the show's entire premise is just disgusting, I guess. My problem is with people who put Gurren Lagann and Eva on the same sentence. Compare it. I mean, Eva had a lot of shortcomings, don't get me wrong, but some people take it too far to dismiss Eva. I would never compare Gurren Lagann and Eva. They are completely separate, and I'm not going to say one is better than the other. I like the Evangelion. There were messy parts of it. There were some parts of Evangelion that were like difficult to sit through. And the Rebuild movies were so good. Oh my gosh. I also have great memories about the Rebuild movies, because like there was someone who was like a brother to me. He's still alive. He just doesn't talk to me anymore, and I don't know why. And he and I used to hang out all the time, and watching the Rebuild movies together was one of the last things that we really did before we went our separate ways. And like, I remember acquiring them and then bringing my laptop to his house, and we just marathoned them. We watched through them while we got a bunch of snacks, and we watched through them one after the other right after the fourth one came out. And so we watched all four of them back to back to back. And it was like, it was a ride. It was amazing. And it had a really great ending. And I think Evangelion is just about something different than Gurren Lagann. And it looks at it from a different way. So I would never try to say one of them was better than the other. I prefer Gurren Lagann because I find Gurren Lagann more inspirational. It's kind of a successor to the Brave series in that it's all about fighting with courage and bombastic heroism. And it's more on the super robot side of the fantastical. Whereas Eva is kind of like on this kind of gruesome, real robot-esque side. So I would never... And I also wouldn't want to bash Eva for like, Eva codified so many things into the mecha genre. Right, they're fundamentally different stories. Anyway. Don't get me started on Kill la Kill. All right, good night, Noel, man. Also, I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I was originally planning to have a stream tomorrow to do the, during the day, to do the getting the robot D&D homebrew playtest, but that's been moved to next week because one of the players had a IRL stuff happen. So I'm not going to be streaming again until Friday. Noel Main. So have a good night. I want you to know that you are wonderful, you matter, and I value you. Okay. I do you mean ticking time queen? Do you mean tonight, or do you mean like how long have I been writing like in my life? Because I only started writing tonight. Like like the actual writing part of tonight didn't really start till like 10:30ish. I haven't got very far because I kept talking about other things. But that's okay. That's part of it. When I started in my life, okay. So when I was a wee teen, all those years ago, I wrote some fan fiction when I was like in high school. And I feel like that's kind of a rite of passage for some nerds, just as like writing fan fiction. And I barely understood what I was writing about, right? There was this whole thing where like, oh my gosh, it's so silly. I was writing a Zoids fanfic, but I didn't understand how anime worked. And I thought, this is going to sound so silly. I was a kid and I thought anime, the term anime meant that it was a cartoon that was made by some company called Japanimation, which sounds so ridiculous. But I tried to write a self-insert isekai before those were a thing. When I was a teen, I would have been like, geez, like 22, 23 years ago. Was when I did my first bit of writing. I loved storytelling. I used to get in trouble when I was a kid. And like, this is gonna sound so ridiculous. I was a troublesome kid. And my wild imagination led me to make up some ridiculous stories. I used to make up ridiculous stories about why I got in trouble, because part of it was I have ADHD, and I when I was younger, I was going to a school, like even before I was writing, I was making up stories. No, I've never I've never published a book, but my writing has technically been published. It's an iffy thing. So when I was a teen, I got really into reading romance novels, because my mom left romance novels. Like my mom had a whole collection of romance novels. So I got into reading them, and I got really into it, and I was like, I'm going to become a romance novel author. And I was really dedicated to like, I'm going to become a writer. And I was reading all of these guides and these tutorials for how to write romance novels, and how to publish, how to get published, and how to make it a career. And that's just what I thought I was going to do. But I didn't really know anything about romance, right? I barely understood what that meant. Hello, Crispy Synchron. How are you doing? So that was when I first really thought about being a writer. I discovered that I have a pretty decent typing speed. I did the Mavis Beacon teaches typing stuff when I was a kid, and I realized that I can crank out essays really fast. I had an overactive imagination as a kid. Even before I started writing, I went to this school where it's like I wasn't getting treatment for my ADHD, because they told my mom that they specialized in helping kids learn to succeed without having to take medication, and they encouraged my mom not to sign me up for medication, that they could help me. Their version of helping me was publicly shaming me in the class. So it was very traumatic and difficult for me. And I would, in order to come up with why I wasn't done with my homework, or why I didn't finish my schoolwork, why I didn't finish my schoolwork or why I didn't finish my homework, I would come up with these wild, crazy, outlandish stories when I was a kid. Because I was having trouble. I was struggling. Like, I'll never forget, there was this one time when, like, they'd been making fun of me all day. They used to call me slow as molasses. They'd call me, like, anytime I was having trouble, like, you're just slow as molasses. And now I have a hatred of molasses. they used to make fun of me. The teachers would make fun of me. And I'll never forget, I was so sad one day, and I was struggling to finish my work. I was struggling to get everything done. And like, I kept thinking, I kept looking at the clock. I'm like, my mom's going to be here. She's going to take me home. She's going to take me away from all of this. I'm going to get away from all of this. And my mom showed up. They told my mom I hadn't finished my schoolwork for the day. And then my mom left me there and came back later. And I was so heartbroken. But yeah, so that was a whole thing. And so I kind of went a whole trauma dumping thing there. But yeah, so I've been making up stories for most of my life. I've had an active imagination and very strong visualization and making up stories for most of my life. That took the form of fan fiction when I was a teen. Then as I got older, took into wanting to learn how to write romance novels. And when I was in high school, my mom, I think it was my mom, signed me up for this thing where they had this thing where you could submit an essay to a contest, air quotes contest, and if your essay was good enough, you would be selected to be published in a book of essays of young writers. And the idea was that the parents could then buy a copy of this book to have a published book that would be an official published book with their kids writing in it, this collection of essays. And then as a young writer, I could put on my resume that I had an essay published in this collection of young writers. Yes, it was absolutely a scam. I don't think you had to pay anything to enter. I think it was free to enter, but you had to pay if you wanted to get a copy of the book. Yeah, I got in. I don't think they picked everyone, so I think it was technically a contest because they got tons of submissions, right? So they didn't. So it was technically. I think my mom has it somewhere. They're like, you'll have an official published book that'll have like a copyright number. It'll have it'll be an official published book that you can reference for your kid can reference on their resume. And then, like, I fell away from doing a lot of writing and storytelling for a while. Then I got into doing D&D. As a kid, my gosh, I saved up my allowance, what allowance I had, and I bought the 3.5, the D&D 3.5 rule books, the Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, and the Dungeon Master's Guide. And I bought some minis from the D&D miniatures war game. And I bought like a starter set that had a bunch of like starter set tiles of D&D. Like it was like a whole adventure, tiles, and a pre-built adventure, all that stuff. And then I also got the D20 Modern Handbook. And so what I used to do was I would create a character And then I would come up with enemies and I would roll dice as if I was fighting those enemies. I'd roll dice for the enemies, for the characters, and I would write down everything that happened, and then I would try to make a story out of it. Or I would use randomly generated tables to generate what was in each room as I went through a dungeon and try to make a story out of it. And I only got some of the stuff actually written. But I used to do that when I was like late high school, early college. And then in 2014, D&D 5th edition came out, and I kind of got in that. I did that for a while. I don't remember much of it. I remember tinkering with it, but then we kind of just set it down for like 3 years, like 2 or 3 years. My friend group, we just didn't touch it. And then we picked it back up, and it was really funny because I get stressed out when I buy things. And we found the rule, that player's handbook, and we're like, whose player's handbook is this? And as soon as I touched it, I didn't remember buying it, but I remembered the regret that I got after buying it, that I had wasted money on something. Or that, because I had this whole thing where like anytime I spend money, I'm afraid I wasted it on something. Hey, that's still some great D&D, ticking time queen. And so it was really funny. Whenever I spend, even if I spend money on food, a lot of times I'll feel this like regret about like, oh, I shouldn't have spent that money. I could have spent that more effectively. That money could have been used for something. And it was really funny. We found the book and I didn't remember actually buying it, but I remembered regretting buying it. And I'm like, oh, that's a wonderful feeling. And I had a whole thing where we picked it back up, got back into it, and I was running D&D games for a few years and doing the whole collaborative storytelling. I wasn't really writing. I was writing notes for stories. And after I got burnt out a while on D&D 5e, I picked up Mutants and Masterminds, and I got really deep into Mutants and Masterminds. I have in storage somewhere most of the rule books for Mutants and Masterminds, or at least a good number of them. And I got really into it. I ran a game for a while that was really fun. And then I expanded to other games. And it was while I was running Mutants and Masterminds that I'd been running Mutants and Masterminds for like a year, maybe 2 years. And I saw this ad on, I think it was on Facebook somewhere, where someone was like, hey, I'm trying to run a Mutants and Masterminds game on stream for my group of Shadowrun players, looking for any experienced Mutants and Masterminds game masters that want to come. And I was like, hey, sure, I'll do it. And I met some really great people on that project that really changed my life. And later on down the line, I got this opportunity. One of the people I met from that project started his own game studio and his own game company. And they made this war game. And as part of a tie-in thing for their war game, they wanted people to write short stories set in the world of their war game. And he said, anyone want? I'm like, I think I want. He was like, okay, cool. And it was going to be released as an anthology. 3,000 words, not super long, right? 3,000 word short story set in the world of their game. It was going to be published, and it was going to be sold. I was going to get some money from the sales. It was going to be my first real like paid writing gig, right? And before that point, it had been years since I had written anything outside of game notes or bullet point outlines. So actually sitting down to try to write and knowing there was a deadline broke me. There was a deadline. There was stuff on the line. This was being written for a company that belonged to someone I care about. And like, there was all of that stress. And like, I stressed, I procrastinated until the deadline. They even lined up editors. They were like, you're going to submit it. We're going to pay for it to get edited. And then they're going to send you back to editor's notes and you're going to revise it and you're going to send it back in. And they were footing the bill for like this company was footing the bill for the entire editing process. All I had to do was just write the stuff. And the act of just writing a short story back then just completely broke me. I got out just over 1,000 words of a barely coherent story, and I sent it in to the editor, and the editor sent it back and was like, okay, there's good ideas here that we can work with, but you have 1,000 words and you need to hit 3,000. But that gives us a lot of space to add on to the story, to develop, and to build off of this story. And gave me some writer's notes, some editor's notes. I was so stressed and anxious and overwhelmed by the entire process of doing a paid writing job. I shut down. I completely had a nervous breakdown, shut down, ghosted the editor, ghosted my friend, did not contact them at all. They had to take me out of the anthology. And I completely wrecked what could have been a great writing opportunity. Because I am a mess of a human being. I just completely shut down. And I didn't touch writing like that for like another couple years. And then like, what is it? 2-3 years ago? I think it was like 2 years ago. 2-3 years ago. I started, I wanted to do writing again. I wanted to write stuff again. I started trying to pick up writing, and I read this. I kept thinking, I don't have the energy. I'm not going to be able to get this stuff written. And I found this thing that was talking about like, if you can write at least 200 words a day, you could still crank out good stuff, right? You could still do stuff if you do consistent writing, just getting something out. So I started doing this challenge. I started writing on stream, and the whole thing was I wanted to get at least 200 words done a day and do writing every single day, just live in the story and let the story live in me and try to do these like little bit every day. And I was kind of building up my energy and my tolerance and stuff as I was working on stuff. But the problem was I was kind of meandering in my writing. My early writing was very like scatterbrained, and well, I guess early is the wrong word, but early for my resurgence into writing was very scatterbrained and chaotic. And like not very coherent, I don't think. And I was chasing a lot of different motivations and ideas. And then 2 years ago, well, coming up on 3 years now, NaNoWriMo came around. See, I am a planner. Back then, I didn't know what a planner or a pantser was whenever I picked up writing again. I didn't know what either of those were. When I picked up writing again and when I was struggling, I didn't know what I was. I didn't know how planning or pantsing worked. And when I did my game stuff, right? For my game stories, I would plan an outline and then I would improvise from the outline, because you have to improvise. You have to improvise when you're running a tabletop role-playing game, right? You have to be at least a little bit of a pantser when you're running a tabletop role-playing game. But I still had plans. I would still plan things out, plan out arcs, ideas, and themes, right? But then Nano came around, and I was like, no, I'm cranking out 200 words a day at most. I do not have it in me to try to do NaNoWriMo. I was like, I do not have it in me to do NaNoWriMo. And then November started, and I saw one of my friends, someone who I respected and cared about, was doing NaNoWriMo. And she was writing about her challenges. She was doing Twitter posts every day, talking about where her progress was, what was happening with her story. And like, something hit me where I was just like, that sounds pretty neat. That sounds pretty neat. I got this idea, but what if I tried? Like, I know it's so big. Trying to write 1,700 words in a day when I've been writing 200 words a day just seems so big. But I was like, what if it's like a sprint? It's not something I can keep up on a regular basis, but for just a little bit, for a short period of time, I can push myself. I can push myself to hit those goals. And I found the Katie-tastic stuff about the 27 chapter outline. And it was after November had started. It was about a week after November started, I had my idea. I was going to base it on the lore for my VTuber for my first one. And I had my outline, and it was a thing where I started a week late and I finished a week late. So it was still 30 days. But I started a week late, I finished a week late. And I finished my first nano of doing the 50,000 word thing. I think it came out to like 54. I think it came out to like 54,000 words for my lore novel. And oh my gosh, was that bad? Well, I don't know if bad's the right word. It was incomplete. When I started going back through and trying to edit, I realized there were certain key things I didn't explain, topics I didn't hit on, and things I wanted to introduce. And I think I need to introduce like another chapter in the middle. And I had ended up talking to someone about working as an editor for me, to be a beta reader, editor type person. And we'd talked on like me paying them for editorial services. And they were going to read through the novel and give me editor's notes that I would then use to build and repair and finish. And I wanted to finish and then publish that novel. Like I was going to publish it on Itch or something. And that person had some things happen, and I think it was some things happen in her IRL stuff, and she just could not handle that at that point in time in her life. So she gave me back the money, and I tried doing some editing after she'd like not been able to edit for me, and like I think I have, oh my gosh, of that 27 chapter novel, of that first 27 chapter novel, I have gone through and edited and cleaned up like 6 chapters. No, I think I got up to 8. I think I got up to 8 chapters. And it is a mess. The biggest thing for me is commas. I'm terrible with commas. I will admit, I have to use Grammarly or grammar tools to know when and where I'm supposed to put commas in. And I have to go back through the document after I'm done to put commas in. And that's when I realized that I can do more. I can do the 3,000 word nights. I can push for the 2,000, 3,000 word sprints. And like, so that just became a whole thing for me. And thank you, Ticking Time Queen Slay. I appreciate you saying that I've improved. Having an outline helped me so much. And then last year for NaNoWriMo, I was like, I haven't published my first NaNoWriMo project. And I just accepted, you know what, I'm probably not going to publish the next one. So I was like, let's write something I want to write. And at the time, I was really deep in my fixation on Zoids and the Zoids battle story and the Zoids anime. So I wrote a fan fiction novel set in the Zoids universe. I reference one actual official character, like as a sideways reference in one conversation, and I reference the name of some factions and then the names of the Zoids, the actual robots. But all the actual speaking characters in the novel are OCs that I put together for that novel. And I was like, I'm gonna write a Zoids fanfiction novel. And I'm like, I'm gonna edit it together, I'm gonna put it together, and I'm gonna put it up on AO3. So I signed up for an AO3 account, and I had to wait like 2 weeks or whatever to get an AO3 account. And the start of November, my aunt actually contacted me, and then my mom was in like a 3-way call with her, and they called me, and they were like, you should come down and visit us for Thanksgiving. And I'm like, what? And they're like, we'll fly you down for Thanksgiving, come visit us. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, I'm doing this NaNoWriMo, so I'm going to need a space to write. And they're like, okay, we will set aside a place for you to write. So I'm like, okay. So they gave me a place to write, and it's really funny that ever since then, every time I talk to my aunt, she asks about my book. And I don't know how to explain that it's never getting published. It's a fan fiction novel. So I just keep telling her that it is constantly in the editing stages. Anyway, let's get back to writing. But yeah, so that's the roundabout way of saying I've been writing and telling stories for most of my life. But this current thing started like 3 years ago. Like 3-4 years ago was when I really seriously got back into writing. Okay. You are absolutely right, Captain Kraken. It's funny when I see the things, when I see people dunking on 50 Shades of Grey, like I saw one where it's like, there was the section in the bookstore where it had like 50 Shades of Grey, and someone from, I presume from the bookstore, had put up a sign that had just been like, please don't read these books. Go online, find actual smut, and actual things on good websites that will probably give you a much better picture of how a healthy BDSM, or how a healthy dom sub relationship interacts or something. And it was just really funny. Somebody was like, what was it? 50 Shades of Grey is like if you tried to Wikipedia what BDSM was and write a novel about it. And somebody else was like, excuse you, that's an insult to Wikipedia. Thank you very much. You would have a better idea from reading the Wikipedia. But no, your point still stands. It started as a fan fiction that went its own way. So I could theoretically go back through my Zoids fan fiction novel to find ways to separate it from Zoids and come up with my own universe that features animal robots, and my own lore, because I already used so much of my own lore for it. And I could make it its own thing. I could. I honestly, and it's really funny, I haven't even published it on AO3. I haven't touched it since last year because I've just been moving on from so many other projects. Because I still haven't I still haven't put together my first Nano novel. And now we're coming up on another Nano. And then there's the whole thing with like Nano being not quite canceled, but being problematic now. And it's like, oh gosh. I'm not even calling it Nano anymore. I'm just calling it National Writing Month. Because all of that chaos. I just don't want to advertise for them. Well, their problematic stance on AI writing kind of did it to themselves. Yeah. I admit, when the AI stuff started, I didn't fully understand how problematic AI was. I even did a couple streams where I was like, what could I do with AI? Could I have AI make me an outline? Could I have AI generate an idea for me? Could I have AI generate things? Because I had used not generative AI, but I had used things that were like random tables before, right? there was this thing where it was like generate a writing prompt, and it was before AI was a thing. It was where they basically had all of these words that were like adjectives, nouns, verbs, or whatever on tables, all these words and phrases on tables, and it was like your character is a blank, your main character is a blank. It was like ad libs. Your character is a blank that is trying to blank, that is doing and that is facing a plot twist of blank, and your secondary character is a blank, and they're doing it in this blank time period or something like that, right? So I'd used tools like that before, and that's not generative AI. That's just a random generator, right? And I'd used stuff like that before. So when I learned about AI, I was like, oh, when I heard about it at first, I didn't really learn about it. I was like, is this just that to the next level? And I tinkered with I did tinker with some of the AI art, and then before I really understood the impact it was having on artists, and then as soon as I understood, I was like, okay, we're not doing that. And I did, whenever I commissioned a piece of art, I did use an AI art that I generated as a reference. I'd taken that reference and I'd gone to an actual artist whom I paid, and I said, can you make this, but with these changes and these changes? And that was questionable, but they were okay with it. It's not something I would probably do again. But I got that sorted, and there was a period of time when I was like really cool. Like I was like, AI art's cool. And then I learned about like what it was really doing to the art community and what it was. And as I started to learn what was really going on, I was like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, right? And then there was a point when I thought like, okay, well, is AI writing okay? Is AI writing for generating prompts or story ideas or adventures? Is that okay, right? And I tinkered with that a little bit. But then I learned more about like where they were scraping the data from, what was happening with replacing actual writers, and all of the stuff involved with that. And then I was like, okay, not touching that at all. So like, I will admit that like there was a point in time when I thought AI was cool, but then I learned better. I wish the Minecraft movie were an actual Minecraft movie and not just Jumanji 4. What I say about that is, if you haven't noticed, the last two Jumanji movies, actually I think it would be Jumanji 5, but anyway, because it's Zathura. The last few Jumanji movies have been this pretty similar formula of Jumanji has changed into a new type of game. players enter the game, gain different abilities from being in the game, and have to beat the game in order to get out. And that is what they're making the Minecraft movie. People enter game, people meet Steve, they have to solve some kind of problem in game, and then escape the game back to their real world. Yeah. And I'm like, with an actor like Jack Black, that's what they said in the plot synopsis. That these are players from what they... Yeah. I read it somewhere, like that's the plot synopsis. There are these people from the regular world that go into the game, meet Steve, have to go on an adventure in order to find a way to escape the game and get back home. Probably have to learn some lesson along the way. And it's like, maybe that could be really cool. Like the Ender Dragon fight could be really cool. But it looks like they're featuring a lot of stuff with the piglins. At least in the promotional stuff. So I don't know if they're gonna have to do because I don't know if they're gonna have to do a raid or what they're gonna have to do. But like, if you had just Jack Black is just being Jack Black. He's not even being Steve. If they had just made a movie that took place, like I get the idea that they think if there is no connection, they are only pillagers, which is why it's really weird that they're featuring piglins. Because piglins turn into zombie piglins in the overworld. So it doesn't even make sense, right, Captain Kraken? But you see the piglins running past a llama, and there wouldn't be a llama in the Nether. Oh, so the piglins riding ghasts is actually an unused concept for Minecraft Legends. I heard about that. The piglins riding ghasts into battle as like hot air balloons was an unused concept. Someone was talking about that. It was an unused concept from Minecraft Legends. Which, that's interesting. But like, some people are hoping, and I'm hoping, that we get an ugly Sonic situation where like they get so bullied by how the internet reacts that they go back to the drawing board and they actually like fix some stuff. Like, okay, I understand as a storyteller, right? As a storyteller, I understand that you want to have an audience POV character who doesn't know a whole lot about the world in order to have some excuse for the characters to stop and explain all of the things and the mechanics and the things that are well known in the world that the audience doesn't know. So it's very common to have an inexperienced, untrained character who's like the audience POV character who gets everything explained to them, right? I get that concept. We are also in an age when you are working with a well-known IP. I enjoyed Minecraft Story Mode. I didn't play it, but I've seen playthroughs of it. Yeah. And it's not going to be animated. It's going to be live action. And you want an audience POV character, but the thing is you are working with a pre-existing IP. You're working with a pre-existing IP, and if you are trying to make a film for your fan base, which Minecraft is one of the biggest fan bases of any video game of all time, right? Because you can play it on everything. And it is a huge game. You could tell a story using just Minecraft mechanics, and people would get it. Enough people would get it. But they're scared that they're not going to get as many ticket sales if they don't appeal to a wider audience. And so they're introducing these POV characters that they can explain things to. And there's also this thought that if the movie has no connection to the real world, if it entirely takes place in a fictional world, then like the audience will have no reason to care. Yes. That's exactly it, Captain Kraken. And this is the other thing that I think has become a problem with Hollywood, is that they spend... Oh, we got an ad? Okay. I'll wait for the ad to come up, for the ad to end. Oh, gosh. Oh, you're saying it's basically akin to a mobile game ad. Yes. Definitely. No ads are running? Okay. I was like, my ad thing doesn't say there's an ad running. But so what they're doing is they're trying to have these audience POV characters be the ones that are doing the work and whatnot, and trying to figure out the world. But I would argue that they could do what the Lego movie did. Do you remember the Lego movie? I still haven't seen the Lego movie 2 or Lego Batman, but the Lego movie was amazing. It was very successful. It was very popular, and it leaned into trope. You've seen all three? All right. That reveal at the end of the Lego movie, where it's revealed to be the kid playing in his dad's Lego set, and the dad realizing he's been neglecting his kids for his Lego model kits, right? And seeing the creativity of his kid and realizing all of this like family lesson about like what the villain says about what the kid thinks about his dad, and all of that stuff in the first Lego movie. You could have done that with Minecraft. Okay. Can you imagine a Minecraft movie, right? Where you have player characters and Steve Oh, nice. Can you imagine we get a movie like that with Minecraft, where it's just like in the Minecraft world, Yeah, they did do the uncanny valley setting, Nabiru. But like, if they did, I'm getting so derailed. But I'm here for it. I'm here for it. If they did a story in a Minecraft world, right? And the character going on some kind of adventure, dealing with some kind of craziness, and building up all of these settings, right? And going on all of these adventures and all of this stuff happening. And then you zoom out and you have that reveal that it's a kid playing Minecraft on a computer, right? And this is the kid's imagination. Yeah. Like, can you imagine, like, it zooms out and, like, you have this crazy story of characters going on adventures, and can you imagine if it's like, it zooms out for a second and you see it's like a kid at his computer and his parent or his siblings at their computers, and everybody's connected to the same Minecraft server? And they're like, okay, time to go to bed, right? And then you realize this whole adventure that they've been on was just their imagination going wild in Minecraft. Like, you could do so many things with, like, if you're going to mimic something, don't mimic Jumanji, mimic the Lego movie. If you're going to, like, oh my gosh. And you're right, Captain Kraken. That does open a really good opportunity to teach freedom of imagination. And it does open so many things up. Okay. That's another thing. How far are they going? Because, like, a lot of people stopped playing at 1.12. Even more people stopped playing at 1.8. Yeah, recent enough to include piglins and llamas. Is there going to be netherite armor? Is the final battle going to be going into a, like, oh my gosh. What if they have to dig down to get to a, whatchamacallit? What are those cities? Ancient cities. Whatever. One of those ancient cities down below. Oh my gosh. There needs to be Hero Brian. Hero Brian needs to show up and be the dude. I could have swore there was, Naviru. I know there was at least one trapped in a video game movie that came before Jumanji. I think there's an old one, isn't there? Okay. Yeah, that's true, Captain Kraken. It is rough for those two kids. If your debut role is a movie that's universally hated, like, oh my gosh. Hopefully it does get the Sonic treatment. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like here. Maybe a little bit more cartoony and a little bit less hyper realistic. Maybe not giving the sheep human teeth. Mm-hmm. You're right, there was Tron. That's true, Nabiru. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Artie har har, Captain Kraken. I am back, chat. I've decided we are going for the long haul tonight. I just heated up. I have my oven preheating. I'm going to make me some tater tots, and we're going to push through and crank out this chapter tonight, chat. We have not even done 1,000 words. Probably done like... Yeah, we've done just shy of 600 words. Not even 1,000. Got a long way to go, chat. This chapter is probably going to be a shorter chapter than normal, though. But yeah, I'm making me some tater tots. Hey, have a little faith. No, you're right, Nabiru. I'm going to get distracted. So one thing about me, I like to write an entire chapter in one sitting while I'm in the moment and like thinking about the thing, because trying to break it up, I lose so much time trying to get back to where my head was. All right. All right, my oven's finished preheating. Give me a second to go throw my tater tots in the oven. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. And what is this blasphemy you were talking about, Captain Kraken? About McDonald's having the worst French fries? Oh, goodness. I mostly eat Burger King because I'm vegan, so I get the Impossible Whopper. Excuse me. I get the Impossible Whopper, so I live on. I live on Burger King. Hi, I'm glad to be back. What are you agreeing with, Nabiru? Oh, really, Kraken? What's up, Nabiru? What are you apologizing for, Captain Kraken? Oh goodness, Captain Kraken. Look at you spewing all the hot takes. I think you're just causing chaos, honestly. Now you're just trying to cause trouble, Captain Kraken. Even though we just met. Oh goodness. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm back, chat. So I did a goofy. I decided I wanted to get some nuggies too. So I put some vegan nuggies in the oven, but the vegan nuggies take less time to cook than the tater tots. And I was like, oh, what do I do with them now? I guess I just got to eat them now and then eat the tater tots later. And it didn't occur to me what I could have done was just put the tater tots in, and then for the last like 12 minutes, put the nuggies in, and so they all finish at the same time. But in the meantime, I'm gonna grab a napkin. I'm gonna have my nuggies dipped in some salsa. Yep. I just bought some salsa. I plan to use it with Oreos for the cursed food stream. Yeah, as a reward for the community, since I hit 300 YouTube subscribers, I'm going to do a cursed food stream with a hand cam. And one of the things is going to be Oreos dipped in salsa. Got a few tomato-based things lined up. Gonna do bananas with ketchup. Actually, I think that's the only other tomato-based thing I have. I know the Oreos with salsa. Peanut butter toast with ketchup. Ooh, that could be interesting. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, chat. Sorry for the kind of meal break in the middle, but I needed to eat something if we're going to keep pushing. Doing some tater tots with some guacamole. What'd you say, Captain Corcoran? 2 shots made with pickle juice, hot sauce, Pepsi, because Pepsi is super cola, A++ if it's Diet Pepsi, and some lemon juice. That's an interesting combination. Yeah, I got talking, got distracted, and I decided I was going to pause in the middle, Violet, get something to eat, and then try to power through finishing this chapter tonight. Watermelon plus condiments plus pickle plus peanut butter, cheese plus guac. Yeah, it's about what it is for me too, Captain Kraken. I don't know about your cursed food combos, Nabiru. Oh, Violet. Also, the stream I was planning to do tomorrow, the Getter playtest stream, has been rescheduled. I don't know if you saw my post. It's been originally I was going to do a stream tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. EST to do a playtest of the D&D 5e homebrew of Getting the Robot. That got moved back a week to the 24th. Due to one of the players having an IRL emergency. I know some people said they were looking forward to that stream. I don't remember if you were one of the people, but I just wanted to tell you. Okay. No problem. I just didn't want people showing up tomorrow and then being like, where are you? Hey, Scooby-Doo, where are you? Okay. Hold on a second. Kiwi Goblin Books. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. I'm sure everything will be okay in its own way, Violet. Welcome in Kiwi Goblin Books over on Twitch. I am Oriansenshi. I am a mech pilot VTuber. I do writing streams, creative, different types of creative streams, TTRPG rules exploration. I even do some gaming streams, which I haven't done in a while. But mostly RPG stuff, mostly storytelling stuff. But welcome in, Kiwi Goblin Books. $3:30 p.m. EST, Violet. We're shooting for 3:30 to 7:30. Assuming I still remember how to build a one-shot and that we can resolve everything in one go. All right. So it's really funny that you mentioned that, Kiwi. So, did you know Twitch does not have an official writing section? The section we all use, the writer section, is actually the name of an indie game called Writers. Hey, Captain Kraken, good night. It was great having you. I value having you in this community. You are a wonderful individual, and you matter. Yeah, but everybody's just co-opted the writers category because that's the name of this indie game, and it's just like the I'm just sleeping category. There's not actually a category for streamers to be sleeping for their sleep streams, but there is an indie game. There's an indie game called I'm Just Sleeping, and people have co-opted for their sleeping streams. Yeah, if you read the description, it says it's an indie game. Listen, Captain Kraken, I believe each one of us matters in our own way. I believe that each one of us is a unique individual that makes this world better by being in it. And I like to give words of affirmation out to my viewers in order to remind them how much they matter, how important they are, and how special and precious each and every one of them are. So I like to say it at the end of the stream, but if people leave before the end of the stream, I try to say some positive affirmations for them before they leave. So I wish you all the best, and I hope you have yourself a great night. Captain Kraken. Okay, I have eaten. Let's get back to the grind. Thank you, Captain Kraken. I just realized I can't see the happy chaos, Kraken. Good luck with your novels, Captain Kraken, and your outlines. No, I'm going to rewrite this part. I want to have a confrontation here. I am more of a plotter. I need a plot. I need an outline. Trying to write without an outline is complete chaos for me, Kiwi Goblin. Though I do respect pantsers. It's really interesting. When I got into the, like about 3-4 years ago, I got into the writing scene, more involved in like the online writer community. And that was my first time learning that pantsing is not only like an accepted way to write, but it is seen as an equal way to plotting. And it was also how I learned a plotting method that worked really well for me. Mm. Okay, what I'm trying to see is if I said that this base had a wall or a fence. Yeah, I'm just I use the word wall a lot. I didn't see fence. Okay, here we go. Um, okay, just talk about the gate. Okay. Talk about there being gates that are holding. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna say it as walls. Hey, Nevermore. Good to see you. Have a lot of people on Twitch tonight. Fix it in the edit. Yeah, well, it is. You got to do what you got to do, Kiwi Goblin. Yeah, that's why I made food, because I'm like, I'm way behind my goal. I need to crank something out. Hello, Battle Chi Comics. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm working on the latest chapter of my novel. It's a sci-fi action-adventure novel in which the main character operates a suit of armor that's powered by his emotions as he's dealing with monster attacks and trying to figure out what he wants out of his life. But good to see you, Battle Chi Comics. I'm actually just getting ready to wind down myself. This might be a super short chapter. This might be shorter than my minimum for my chapter, which I don't like. But I don't... Let me look at my outline. Thank you. Okay. Did we at least break 2,000 words? Nope. Okay. Not normally up to par, but I think it's okay considering I spent a lot of time tonight yapping. I think having a short chapter is okay. It's shorter than I would have liked, but it covered all the things that I wanted to have happen. Covered the big plot twist. Thank you, Violet. Thank you. I guess putting the Twitch stream in the writers category really helped with getting more people coming through. Goodness. We got a lot of people coming through tonight on the Twitch side. Guess I got to use the writers thing more often. All right. Okay. Let's wind down for the night. Got just shy of 2K words done. Not a full night of what I'd normally like to get done, but still better than nothing. Hey, I'm happy for you, Violet. I'm about to wind down myself. I want you to know that I value you. I think I already told you about the not having a stream tomorrow. I want you to know that I value you. You're a treasured member of this community, and I enjoy having you here. I want you to know that you matter and you are important, Violet. Let me run this Twitch ad, and then I'm going to start doing my outro. See you Friday! I'm going to run this Twitch ad, then I'm going to do my outro. Okay, everybody? While the Twitch ad is running, I'm going to go put my dishes in the sink. Oh. All right. Alrighty, now let's wind down for the night. Thank you all for coming. Thanks for being here. It was great having all of you here. Now, for those of you who don't know, I like to, at the end of the stream, say positive affirmations about all my viewers. as a group and shout out everyone who said stuff in chat. So we had Nabiru, Noel Main, Forever, Captain Kraken. I think we had I don't think LeMay was here tonight. We had Ticking Time Queen Slay. We had who else did we have in chat tonight? Crispy Synchron was here for a little bit. It was great having them here. And then Violet was here. Kiwi Goblin Books. Battle Chi Comics. And I think Nevermore. Yeah, Nevermore was here too. Had a lot of people coming through Twitch. I gotta do that writers thing more often. Goodness. Anyway, to all of you who said stuff in chat, thank you for making tonight such a wonderful stream. To anyone who lurked and didn't say anything in chat, I value your attention and your time and your energy. I value you being here. And to anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I want to say that you are amazing and I'm grateful for your views and your interest. I want to say to all of you, to everyone, to the entire community, I want to say, I love you and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you all are truly precious treasures of human beings. You all have the potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own unique way. I believe this world is better to have each one of you in it. You matter. You are important. You are valid, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. You, your hopes, your dreams, your fears, and your concerns are valid and worthy of notice. You matter. You are important. And always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. If you're watching on YouTube, I ask that you like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people and getting more eyes on my content, which I'm always excited about. So I look forward to that. If you can, if you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can subscribe on YouTube, follow me on Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky Social, X, or join my Discord or like my Facebook. Links to all of those are in the description down below on YouTube and on the About page on Twitch. And I look forward to seeing more of all of you. If one last thing, well, not last thing, but one other thing. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives, anyone you think might enjoy my content, any coworkers, arch nemesis, enemies to lovers, lovers to enemies, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream, which is going to be Friday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I cannot wait to see you all there. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You are not expected to give money to be welcome in this community. I value your time, your energy, your attention. I value each one of you. With that said, I do appreciate the people who do donate to help make things possible for me that would not be possible otherwise, as I am living on temporary disability as I fight my way towards getting disability benefits and all of the stuff that comes with that. All the ups and downs and chaos that comes with that. If you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, there are links down below in the description on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. On YouTube, there's a link to PayPal where you can do a one-time donation, or Ko-fi where you can do either a one-time donation or a monthly donation. If you would do a one-time donation, I ask that you do it through PayPal because I get more of the money. And the monthly donations on Ko-fi, there's not currently any rewards for those, but it's more of just saying you have a tangible way that you appreciate me and my content. And the donate button on Twitch just takes you to Ko-fi where you can again do a one-time donation or a monthly donation. Thank you all for coming. Have yourselves a good night. I think we need to raid somebody because I actually have people watching tonight. Let me see how many people we got. Yeah, we've got people watching. Let's go raid somebody on Twitch. Who's live? Who's live? We got a lot of writers. Let's see about getting some people to the writing stuff. Might raid somebody new. Let's do... Looks like there's some Triangle Knights preparation for a Dagger Hearts one-shot. I don't know if they're doing it in English. I don't want to raid into it. Let me see if they're doing it in English. Looks like everything's in English. Okay, yeah, we're gonna raid this Triangle Knights. I've never raided into them before. And we're gonna... All right. Good night, everybody. That's not the button I wanted.